Oh my god. Honestly, this is the only correct way to begin stream. Not me just face planting right against the screen. I hate myself. Anyway, hello everyone. Pokemon, it really do be me. Hi. Hello, hi Wef. It's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for dropping by. God bless my soul. Honestly, I'm just glad that Botrix is here, my homie, my little guy. Oh! Oh my god, thank you for headpads. Oh, James, hi! Oh my god, wait! Hi, it's so nice to see you! Hi, Glitch, it's nice to see you! Hello! Oh my gosh, yes! No, I'm... Honestly, there are so many people playing Our Life now. Like, when I first started playing this game, there was not that many. Like, I mean, there was like no one, full stop. But I'm glad because this game is so good. Hi, James! Ah! We're gonna be completing step 1 today, so this is very exciting for me. Oh my gosh. As they should, we love our JB Patch games. We really do! We really, really do. I'm really excited for the next one as well. The next Our Life game. Okay. Anyway, hello everyone. I hope that you've all been doing well. It really do be a Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? I'm not insane. I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I followed you that day you popped into and I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you for showing so much love to this game. Yeah, oh my god. I'm like a mess. I love this game so much. I played it offline like years ago, but then I wanted to play this game again online because I love it a lot. It's like a really, really good comfort game, and I you know, in the evenings you just kind of want to chill and relax. And yes, oh my god. Guys, I'm so happy you're here. Ah! I was going to, like, it's not, luckily, we're not at step 3 yet, but at least, at the very least, you get to see me a little bit normal for now. I become so not normal with Baxter. It's a little bit of a mess. But I'm glad that we get to witness a little bit of normal Maku today. Just a little bit, a smidgen, a little peek. I'm also extremely not normal in general. But yes, as a little intro, hello everyone. My name is Maku Tanuki. I am your silly VTuber. Your silly Tanuki VTuber, and I enjoy visual novels, and I enjoy other stuff like JRPGs and like puzzle games and whatever. I also do karaoke and art occasionally. But ultimately, I'm just a little guy. Alright, let's start. It was early and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove was... Cove might be free to come too. Remember, Maku doesn't know how to read. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with me?
No.
I gotta return to my stream, but I wanted to drop by and like...
Ah, thank you. I also hope you have a wonderful stream.
Let me give you a little bit of a shout out, actually. Maybe I should do it on Steam. It's not Steam, I'm going to Scream in real life. I love Frosty Tools. Hold on, give me a second. Extra, extra, read all about it. Glitch Zero, the gender-fluid gremlin, is back in the hot seat. They're playing Our Life Beginnings and Always, but who knows if the stream will work. Oh my god! This LGBTQIA plus friendly streamer is dishing out visual novels in Stardew Valley like hotcakes. Don't be a wet blanket, drop your pronouns, and join the fun. Enjoy ad jail, everyone. I came to watch the Tanuki and chew bubblegum, and now I'm all out of bubblegum. Oh, hell yeah. Frosty, we talked about the calling out. No real... Frosty's... Frosty's ruthless, dude. It's crazy. Alright. No, sorry. It's okay, my stream started scuffed as fuck. Mario Tanuki. That's... It's-a me! Mario! It's-a me. Mario Tanuki. No, sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Maku. What? Where? He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Chris Pratt's Tanuki is crazy work. If I ever get... You know what? One day I'll get voiced by Chris Pratt. He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. But where are you going? Oh, can I go too? I'll come with you. I have to, like, channel baby Tanuki. Let's see. Let's go with... But where are you going? He didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back, though. Sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Wait, where are you going, homie? He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly, it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove. He's going on an adventure. Hi, Ivory! It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope that you've been having a great day. Hi! But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. You stayed there is wild work. Oh my gosh, wait.
Thank you so much for head pats.
Can I... Did I mess up?
So happy.
Oh my god.
So happy to be here. I'm running all over the place. Too much energy. Understandable. I get that. Sometimes you just get the zoomies. I understand.
I don't know. I feel like this interaction would, like, stress me out a little bit. I think I would go to... I would stay there, I guess. Could play at the park. Could play at the park some other time.
Take a sip? Thank you so much.
Every single goddamn time I stream, I have to find my water bottle. I lose it. I refill it, put it down somewhere, and lose it. Like a fool. I would follow him. Where's he going? Yeah, but the follow button wasn't there. I just wanted to know where he was going. He didn't specify, and I'm not allowed to go with him anymore, I guess. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot! You just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store street, or his house, or anything. Where are you going? Nah, it's where we going now, boo. Real? He was new. He might not know what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up to him. I'm so glad. I was breaking out into sweat, homie. I was like, oh frick, did I just leave him to go? You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eyes and frowned. Go away, Maku. I just wanted to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places the way you're going. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. But why do you have to walk that way? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. No, don't get mad at me. I'm gonna cry. I told you I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while. You stopped pushing and let him go to wild work. No, let's go. Let's go together. Where are we going? You can't. Why not? I'm afraid that I'm actually just going to let him leave. Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he won't get confused when he gets back. I love you, Cove. Please don't get hit by a car and squashed into a million pieces. Honestly, that's the most, like, I wouldn't say, like, peaceful thing you've said. It's usually just like, oh my god, he should... I want to watch him get executed. But I mean, I guess that's more in, like, a controlled environment. I get you. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. Okay, bye! He can't get hit by a car unless it's my car. I still want to go. I don't care if I get in trouble. I have to tell someone. My blue Ferrari. Oh my god. Let's go. I don't care if we get in trouble. I say as I lie. I was so scared of getting in trouble as a baby. I mean, I still am. As a grown-ass man. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You can tell that he hadn't expected you to say that. Really? You don't think it's a bad idea or something? Nope, it's like we're going on an adventure. It's not a big deal, right? We're gonna have fun. I don't know, but if you're doing it anyway, I should too. But it might be a bad idea, but... Well, it's fine. I can cope. We're gonna have fun. His lips curved into a smile. Okay. Okay, you can come. If you can't beat him, join him, right? Real. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did Cove when he saw. You pointed over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Exactly. Do as like a little 8-year-old guy would do. When you're also an 8-year-old guy. We can't. Sorry. If we're gonna be away, I better take some stuff. It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird we have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He motioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. I packed snacks. It'll be alright. I'm glad that you got snacks, homie. You were taken aback. There was gonna be food to eat? He thought of everything. Couldn't be me. I remember one time, as a little guy, preparing a little... You know those old-timey sacks that you just tie around a stick and then you haul the stick over your shoulder? I remember doing one of those and pretending I was gonna run away from home, and all I put in there was a stuffed animal. I think... Yeah, it was just a stuffed... It was 2 stuffed animals, sorry. Sorry, I lied to you. 2 stuffed animals and a toy car. Just in case I needed to go somewhere. Cool, then let's get going. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in a much better spirits than when you first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. That was fine, though. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Cove. But you liked seeing him smile. Cove took the first step, and you mirrored him. As one, you both of you ran up the street. You were off to places unknown. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the 2 of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying their summer. It was like you were spies or superheroes with secret identities to protect, on the run from bad guys. As exciting as it was, you were still glad when you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Cove waved for you to stop once you got out of the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place. You were all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you had come here on foot. Before, one of your moms always drove you to this place in their car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped sweat off their forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard. You looked over at the road ahead. I remember at some point I lived in a trailer park and my boyfriend at the time. 2 little sisters came walking up to my camper when my parents weren't home. I had no idea they were running away, so I let them go. And the younger one gave me $1 for my time. Your silence was bought. He called me an hour later. It turns out they were planning to walk all the way to their fucking dad's house in the city 2 hours from there. They thought that they were buying your silence. That's wild work. That's crazy. It's just $1. I mean, I guess like $1 is like a big deal when you're young. I mean, $1 is big for me too still. They were missing for like an hour and I just let them stroll by. Listen, you didn't know. How could you have known that? Listen, everything is fine now. I'm crying, dude. That's crazy. A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words. Before he nodded, you spoke again, still huffing. My moms bring me and Lizzie here for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before. Not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. You felt good, too. The younger sister had, like, 5 $1 bills and a small bag of animal crackers. They were prepared. Listen, again, I'm glad that they had snacks. Obviously, I don't, like... Obviously, I'm glad they're safe, and, you know, it's not great that they ran away. But, like, I'm glad that they had the foresight to bring some sort of food and also some money. I was I brought a stuffed cow, dude. Granted, I didn't actually leave because I was scared, but like my little bag was one cow, one bear, and one Dairy Queen car. They wanted to talk to my parents, fully expecting that they would give them a ride. Listen, you gotta shoot your shot. You never know. Didn't even think Lizzie had been this far by herself. Sure, you were here with Cove, so you weren't alone. But still, this was great. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in and searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered one to you. Here. Thank you! I was getting thirsty. The 2 of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the special circle part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. I, doubt. You sighed contently after your first sip. Your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip of your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There's still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spotted them. I got snacks from the kitchen too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. There was already a lot, but he kept excavating more. Oh my god, how many things did he stuff into his little baby backpack? I also took a couple clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. Oh, and some money my dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent. He raided the pantry. Yeah, right? And the backpacks for babies are very small. I mean, I guess the items for babies are also very small. But that's crazy. Your mouth made a small O halfway through his lengthy list. You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't have thought to grab a flashlight or first aid kit. It's the Dora the Explorer backpack. Backpack, backpack. Backpack, backpack. All the backpack loaded up with the backpack loaded up with things and knickknacks too. Anything that you might need, I've got inside for you. I told you I was going away. You didn't know what to say to that. That little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it'd never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking without a single glance over at you, though he did still take small, unhappy sips of his juice. For some time, the 2 of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He'd just taken your empty juice box from you and stowed it away in his bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all this. For him, it wasn't a fun adventure. It never was. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dipping lower and lower. The streetlights came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. Whatever, let's be brave. We keep going. We'll just keep going, it's fine. Even if it was late, you weren't ready to turn back, and neither was Cove. The 2 of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or even if you wanted to. People had said this was really a tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. He's really trying to bail. NTR dad ain't that bad. Yeah, he's really trying to freaking leave. Also, NTR dad. No. Cove is If we get kidnapped, we get kidnapped together. We're truly we're in this together. Whatever misfortune befalls you will befall me as well. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became a certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Your feet hurt, you were tired, too if you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you'd see the sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead became scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. You had made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of town, there was nothing. How would he get to where he wanted to go? Also, I think it's very impressive that these kids were able to navigate to the outskirts of town. Again, like, I know I'm stupid, dude, but, like, I have an awful sense of direction. It's, like, actually really bad. Up until a few years ago, like, there's a grocery store near me. And I would need, like, navigation apps to help me find it. Like, to help me, like, get to it. Like, drive over to it. It was, like, it's bad. Or, like, what's it called? I one time drove a coworker of mine, because we were going to go get dinner with our other coworker friends. And they all knew that I had a bad sense of direction, because one time we had dinner together and I left early, fully anticipating that I was going to get lost. Even though the restaurant was close by, like, it was like a 20-minute drive, like 20-minute drive away. And I got there 10 minutes late. Because I got lost. And so my coworker friend was just like, hey, you know, this time I'll go with you so that you won't get lost when we go out for dinner. And we went, like, I drove him. And then when I finally parked the car, he was just like, okay, I get it now. To be fair, I'm pretty sure he just started walking forward and hoped for the best. I mean, still, your luck has to be, like, crazy. But I guess also at the same time, they do specify all the time that Sunset Bird is a small city or small town. Cove, however, didn't falter. He kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. It's okay, we're all a little stupid. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the head hats.
He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself beside the boy as he zipped his bag open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You were almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks he'd listed off earlier. I want... Okay. Chips, a muffin, a banana, candy. Okay. What kind of muffin are we talking, sis? I would fight someone in real life for a chocolate chip muffin, or a blueberry muffin, or a carrot muffin. Realizing that I just listed a good chunk of muffins, because I was about to say a lemon muffin is also a good one, I realized I'll just fight someone for a muffin. Learning new things about me today. We gon' fight then, bet. Oh my god, banana muffins also exist. Ah, fuck. I would just fight someone for a fucking muffin. He pulled out 2 muffins. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. JK, I can't fight for shit, and you think I can. I pick fights I can't win. Except I know that I will win, because I'm really cool and strong and handsome. You peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. The sun had set some time after both of you finished eating. Now it was dark, apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cove grabbed the flashlight from his bag. Just imagine bad wrestling where nobody's getting hurt. It's just us, like... just, like, gently slapping each other. Like, oh no, I'm sorry, did that hurt? Oh no, sorry. You watched as Cove grabbed the flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I
guess. He was speaking defensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. I just know it's cold as hell. And here he is wearing a damn tank top, no jacket. Right? Right? It must be so chilly. Chilly. Is it okay if I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either, not right now. She has to move to somewhere else first. Khaki shorts, Jesus Christ. This boy is not, like, dressed for the cold. My mom mode is activating. Put on the damn layers. I mean, he brought clothes, right? I assume one of them is a sweater. He is a very smart child. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
What? Why can't I even see her anymore? He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go by myself. I don't need anyone to take me. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? That's such a bad idea. This was all too much and you started to cry. Is very real. I mean, that's me. Do you know the directions to your old house? You're being selfish. You're being selfish is so mature, and that's not me. I'm an 8-year-old. All too much information. I would cry. Sorry, Cove. I'm so sorry, Cove. I'm gonna just start crying. Excuse me while I cry. You're crying too, so it's okay. Cove's eyebrows shot up, and though he hadn't expected you to have this kind of reaction to what was happening. What's wrong? I saw him cry, so I cried too. I crowed too. We both crowed. Exactly. Exactly. You walk, I walk. You crow, I crow.
What's wrong?
You didn't give him any answer. When the surprise wore off, he tried to softly coax a reply out of you. Are you okay? No, I want to go home. No, I don't feel good. No, I don't want you to go. No, you shouldn't do stuff like this. No. No, I don't want you to go. His lips clamped together and he awkwardly held his hands up in front of him, as though he wanted to do something but wasn't sure what. I'm sorry. I don't want to leave forever. It's just... Then he shook his head like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. You frowned at the sight, no matter what. You hated seeing him cry. We're just out, two babies crying together. What'll happen? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. He's still like... Yeah. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? Fight him is crazy work. Homie, he's already fighting himself. Well, damn, now we all crying. We all crying. She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom, too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. Everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay out here forever, and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. It's wild work. No, we gotta go home. We gotta go home. Cove, I'm so sorry. I'm a huge bitch. Cove's brows furrowed, a scowl appearing on his lips. Nothing's gonna be okay. He turned away from you. You stared at his back. You couldn't just stop. Please, Cove? After a few minutes of sullen silence, Cove twisted back around. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay, let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want something bad to happen. He was doing it for you? That gave you a warm feeling inside you, even if you wished he didn't want to leave in the first place. And that was that. Together, you walked away from the exit sign. Your feet hurt a lot by this point, and you were so tired, but you'd convinced him. You were bringing Cove home, and that's what mattered. On the long walk back, it was only thanks to the occasional street lamp and faint moonlight that you could see in the dark night. You were content to stick close together. Sometimes your drowsy walking caused one of you to almost bump into the other. The back of your hand brushed his. Let's hold hands. That's this entire game is hand-holding. You reached out for his hand. It slipped into yours easily. His palm was warm. Cove glanced at you, looking surprised. Then he smiled, his fingers curled around the back of your hand. Aw, I can't be mean to sad little baby children, real. Unless they're mean to me first. The two of you continued down the street hand in hand. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were fighting the drooping of your eyelids while shuffling near Cove on the sidewalk, and the next you were snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. Oh no! The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. Head pats, but this time they're for Cove. Yeah, Cove deserves head pats too. Let me just... Look. I can't reach. But those were for Cove. I understand. Where have you kids been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was trying to help Cove. She stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. In turn, Cove gripped your hand tighter. This was hard to face. Guilt ate you up from the inside.
All right.
Get in! Let's get you two home. That, at least, made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you'd done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror.
The two of you had us extremely worried.
I'm dying.
That wasn't a good thing to do. Not at all.
Shamefaced, you both nodded as one.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mrs. Tanuki.
Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately, not enough to actually let it go, though.
You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too.
With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense.
We're back.
You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove.
Oh, thank goodness! You found both of them! Yes, I did. They were walking down the main street together. What were you two doing there this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe?
You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted, his eyes were puffy, and there were dried tear tracks stuck to his cheeks.
I had to see my mom. Maku didn't want me to go alone.
Your own mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. They're kind of hot when they're mad. His wild work slow, but you're right. Our moms are very pretty. We love our moms.
Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the way you should have been. She went out earlier to look for the two of you when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. Said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you.
You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like.
Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to this living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far or separated by a wall, so you heard your moms talking softly.
He wanted to see his mother. Poor thing.
Well...
That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True. Can't be helped. That's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that alright?
I'll call, then go to the front to tell everyone still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun.
They're so sweet. Please, they're so sweet. I love them. I adore them. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands.
I'm sorry, Maku.
You faced him quietly.
I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight.
I'm sorry, too.
You don't have to. It wasn't your fault.
Comfort game 100. Right? I truly thought that you meant that this was a comfort game, but like, yeah. we gotta be comforted by moms. And also this game in general, because I love this game.
It's alright.
Despite Cove's protest, you couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after a disagreement. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind her. He He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
Cove? God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened like he'd been crying, too. Cove stared up his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're okay too, Maku. Then he looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
And I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff. Really, it couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden, thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. I am here for you, too. Hi, Hellnester. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope that you've been having a wonderful day. I hope that you've been having a good week. It is Tuesday. It has been 2 days of this week. I hope your week has been going okay, and that goes for everyone too. I hope that your week has been going okay. If not good, then at least okay. And if bad, then I hope that it gets better to the point that it's okay. If not better. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, Maku. You're welcome, Cove. A tiny smile flitted across his lips, there and then gone. I hugged him. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. I still don't know what matter of creature this is. Still unsure, unaware. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussions on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them up again until the next morning. Almost, my country's changed the work schedule of almost everyone due to the dryness, so I will go to work from 8 to 2 on some days. Nice. How about you? Honestly, it hasn't been bad. I have like I have like bi-weekly, I guess is the word, appointments. So today I got to leave work early. It was a good time. What time? My fish fucking died, so that was depressing. Homie, I'm bummed out. But aside from that, my week has been going okay. I'm a little, you know, big upsetty spaghetti. I messaged my sister-in-law to see if she wanted to maybe take the tank off of me. Sad mammal noises. Yeah, basically. But yeah, I messaged my sister-in-law to see maybe she wants to take the tank off of me. Maybe my nephews wanted to get a fish because it's like a pretty nice tank. I have like, you know, I have other fish, but I don't think I want to really get another fish because I want to use the space where that tank is at to buy a printer. I was like, it's like awful, but it's like the timing is weird because I was like considering getting a printer over the weekend once I get paid. And I was like, man, like I gotta rearrange the room a little bit. But yeah, it's like, you know, a lot easier now, but at what cost? At what cost? Aka, my little baby. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's face when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishment, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt, or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened, too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. This poor guy! Man, he's just a guy. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used that you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. That's quite a word. That's quite a term. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. You're Mr. Neighbors. I'm going to scream in real life. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Oh my god, guys, leave us alone. We're already home. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass, so did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal as they had to. Summer kept going and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Alright, and we have one more before we reach the end of step 1.
Okay.
Alright, kids. We're done with dinner. Come to the table. Yay! Yeah, we're almost done with step 1. And then we can go over to step 2. Very excited. I'm so excited to see Derek. He's just a sweet little guy. And that also that one scene with baby Baxter. Will you continue to play after step 1, or is this just finishing step 1? I might do one scene from step 2. We'll see. Should I just do the one scene with Baxter and call it a day and cry? Expose my ass for being the most normal. Your stomach grumbled right on time as if it had... Is that in step 2? That isn't step 2, right? It should be. I will be there to scream with you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is in step 2, right? Like, I'm not insane. Like, the little dance party? The country club party thing, yeah. It should be. Okay, sick. You know, spoiler alert, I guess. Your stomach grumbled right on time. It's a Derek DLC moment.
Huh? Is it really? I mean, yeah, I guess it is, huh? Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head.
Finally! I'm ready to eat.
Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look.
Last one to the table, it's a rotten egg!
I haven't... But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. Wait, no, it's not. The options to Derek are a part of the Derek DLC. But the moment itself can be played either way. Oh, you could, like... Because you can... Can you ask Derek to go with you? I know you can ask Cove. Of course you can ask Cove. We love Cove. Ah, I don't remember, honest to God. Like, I remember seeing the little, like, I think it was like a dev note or something that where they were like, oh, actually, you can see little baby Baxter in this by doing this. And I'm like, oh? And my ass tuned everything else out. I'm a fucking mess. Alright. Let me just... Sorry, I'm turning my tanks off. Sorry, let me just face plant against the screen. You don't get to see him if you ask them to Cove to go with you, I don't think. Yeah, no, that's like the thing. You have to basically just not ask Cove to come. You tried to catch up with her, you stayed sitting, you yelled out to her, you threw a cushion at her. That's pretty funny. We're siblings. I'll throw a fucking cushion at her. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it towards her. It hit her in the back of the legs, but it was too soft to do anything of real consequence, and she merely brushed the attack off with a scowl. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work.
I win again!
You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. Because you cheated.
I didn't cheat.
You ran before me.
Yeah, because that's how racing works.
The one who starts first wins first, and she's real for that. Listen, I don't see a lie there. She's right. She's right. That isn't true.
That sounds like something a rotten egg would say.
Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips. Then she looked over your shoulder.
Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won?
You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during his little event, but... which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast still resting on his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. Hey, remember, Maku doesn't know how to read. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You were the ones who had asked your mom about it. You were excited when your mom told. Oh my god, I'm so excited. You had considered all the games you could play and other stuff you could do with Cove for days. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on!
Well, did I win or what?
No.
No. What? I don't think you won. Time to break out the PS2, right? Time to break out... What the fuck did I play on the PS2 that was multiplayer? What did I play on? Time to play off, Pro Golf. Oh. What the fuck? Time to break out DDR. All Night Budokai Tenkaichi 3 Throwdown. A lot of the games that I played on PS2 were like JRPGs, so it was all like single player shit, except for like fucking Hot Shots Golf. I played that with my dad.
How come? It's not my fault Maku's slow.
Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win.
You always pick her side.
It's true. Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. Stop, that's so sweet. Stop, this is so sweet. It was all anime fighters for me. That's real, honest to God, that's real. I pick her and she picks me. And Spider-Man, that's real.
You're a couple of rotten eggs then.
They are in love, real, right? They're so sweet.
That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm freshed.
They will get married, yeah? It's true. I told my parents that. I told them that on the first day we met. I like him. I'm gonna marry him. It's a wild work. Oh my gosh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Alright.
Now, listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you.
You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Oh, I'd like to get farm fresh with moms. Slow, shut the fuck up. What the fuck? That's crazy. I'll accept my punishment for that statement is wild work. Hell.
I'm not quite sure how to help you.
Alexa, stop. No. Surprise. Freaking Echo Dot jump scare. I'll tell you about the wedding from the last Friday because that's related. Honestly, King, go for it. You and Lizzie obeyed. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. I've been on my best behavior regarding the moms rate lately. I get one. It's crazy.
Cove, you can sit too.
Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangements your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side of where your moms were sitting.
Sit next to me.
Cove's gaze met your brown eyes. You smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mom began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight.
Like what?
Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom.
Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clapped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. Enjoy ad jail. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Oh, I love pineapple chicken. No, not really. Sorry. By then, your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Ad prison. Enjoy.
Do you not like any of the food, honey?
Well,
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow.
Oh shit, she said that with her mouth full?
You haven't? Wow.
Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then she spoke again.
He should try it now.
She turned to Cove dramatically.
Unless you want to shrink. That's what happens if you miss a meal.
Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
oh shoot.
Oh shoot. I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were.
It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today.
A friend from college was marrying a dude 4 years younger than her. She's 28, 25% of the time. My gaze was over the mother of her husband. Because she was the living embodiment of a MILF. Is crazy talk. I mean, I guess. I mean, at least it was 25% of the time, I guess. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. You let your mom handle this. I think you'll like pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new.
Hey, I think you'd like pineapple chicken. It's yummy.
He ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. You saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded, pleased, and your moms let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, right? Isn't it?
You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. Ad jail is over. Welcome back, inmates. I hope that you enjoyed ads. I hope that you had at least one funny one. At least one. Maybe we even venture into the realm of cursed ads.
You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend.
We're not friends.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn! Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. Damn. Yeah, right? That's crazy. She wasn't eager to get along with all the time. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends. I hope we're friends. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good, even though you were still unsure. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to anyone. But Pam...
He only fucks with you, nobody else. Yeah, because I'm a cool guy. Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon.
But Mom!
No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Dude, I remember when my bedtime was like 8 p.m. I remember when my bedtime was 8 p.m., but that was when Dragon Ball Z would start airing. So I stayed my ass up. Snuck my ass out to go watch Dragon Ball Z. And then I also remember after Dragon Ball Z at around, like, let's say 9 or something, 9 or 10, it would be Gundam Wing. Whew! Platinum blonde, short ponytail, sleeveless red dress, tightened some parts, slightly loose on the generous cleavage. That's crazy. She is single, so maybe I have a chance. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Y'all are fucking wilding. And don't try to sneak and play your Game Boy under the covers. We invented that trick. Yeah, real. And you get like a fucking flashlight and shit. You should do it, bro. It's so crazy. I mean, I'm glad that you guys got each other's backs. I'm glad you guys got each other's fucking backs. Hi, Embers. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope that you've been doing well. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You groaned about it as well. You stayed quiet. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. Instead of just fuck it, I'm just quiet and just eat my fucking food. Remember Zashbell? Apparently the manga was longer and had a different ending. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Nobody who loves MILFs has evil in their hearts. That's quite a statement. That's quite a statement to say. It was good food and you were pretty content to just keep eating. That's the idea. Good job, Maku. Everyone else will get to it. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared. The games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. Okay, this is reminding me because of, So, you know how, like, when you watch, like, movies or whatever the fuck, and then you get the entire, like, hey, Mom, read me a story. And then, like, the mom comes over and reads their kid a story. Right? So, my parents never really did bedtime stories. And, my cousin's parents also never really did bedtime stories. But then there was this one time, right? We were having a little sleepover. So, my cousin, like, my uncle basically tucked us in. And then my cousin was like, hey, Dad, can you tell us a bedtime story? And homie fucking homie started recapping that night's episode of Dragon Ball Z. This is like a core memory of mine. Wild. It was so funny, dude. My uncle is so fucking funny. There was one time, like recently, it was when Sailor Moon Crystal came out. It was a couple of years ago, I guess. But my cousin came home from school and she saw her dad just watching Sailor Moon. Did he at least say once upon a time? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. But yeah, so like my cousin came home from school, like from university, went up to saw her dad in the living room on like this big ass TV watching Sailor fucking Moon. Like the newest thing of Sailor Moon, like Sailor Moon Crystal or whatever, whichever one was the newest one. And my cousin was like, "Why?" She was just like, "Why are you watching Sailor Moon? Is that Sailor Moon? Why are you watching Sailor Moon?" And her dad explained that basically he was watching something on YouTube and then an ad came on and it was like, "Hey, did you watch Sailor Moon when like all those years ago? Well, like calling all Sailor Moon fans or everyone who's watched Sailor Moon, we're releasing a new thing of Sailor Moon. Like you should, like if you watched Sailor Moon before and you enjoyed it, you should watch this." And he was like, "I watched Sailor Moon before with my daughter and I thought it was pretty neat." And so he just started watching Sailor Moon by himself. To be fair, Dragon Ball's a fairy tale is real. My ass would have put the plot of Magic Knight Rare. That's a good one. My god, right? It was so sweet. He's such a funny fucking guy. It's the way he just saw an ad tell him like, "Hey, you know, you watch Sailor Moon? You should watch this. Sailor Moon is back." And he was just like, "Damn, bitch, I guess it is." And then he just started watching it again. Once upon a time, a young lad named Yusuke Urameshi was hit by a truck trying to save a child. The end. That is basically the entirety of Yu Yu Hakusho, isn't it? Sailor Moon? Shit, alright. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's questions.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then.
Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, sweetie.
She pressed a soft kiss to your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. From the saved kid perspective, yeah. Yeah. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor.
Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me up really high and shakes his hands like he's gonna let go. But he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed. Or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing.
That's so sweet. Like, Cliff is just a freaking guy. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted.
But I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
Aw, how fun! Though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be as soft as landing.
It should have been me, not her. It's not fair.
If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Maku's other mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that.
She's so sweet. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove.
Night. Leaning against the door jamb. What is a door jamb? Hold on, what's a door jamb? What's a door jamb? What is it? What's a door jamb? Oh, this is just a bunch of that's a bunch of it's a bunch of door diagrams. Okay, where is the jamb? Oh, it's just like near the thing of the door, like the oh god, freaking heck. Freaking heck. It's that part of the door where it opens, like the hinge. You know, the springy thing. What the fuck are you talking about, the springy thing? Am I fucking stupid, dude? I know I am. Like, don't answer that. I know I am. Oh well.
Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. The springy thing that stops the doorknob from making holes in the walls. Is that what it is? But like the little diagram on Google Images says that it's like the on the door frame, it's the part of the door frame where the hinges of the door is.
But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Cove spending the night.
You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. That's what we've been calling it. Is that not what it is? Homie, I looked it up on Google, and it's like the part of the door, like, if I'm understanding the diagram correctly, which is, there's a very, very real chance. There's a very real chance that I'm not. To be clear, it's the part of the door frame where the hinges of the door is at. Because why would she be fucking putting a hand on that shit? Why would you just... Why would you just put a hand on the little springy part near the door? You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. You decided to ask. Should I ask him? Would I ask him? I wouldn't. In real life, I wouldn't. Until I get to a point. I wouldn't until I get to a point, and I don't think that this is the point. So we're going to keep quiet about it. Whether you were friends or not, you enjoyed hanging out with Cove, and you were pretty sure he felt the same way. This hits a little too hard. That was good enough for you. That's so sad, and honestly, yeah. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look at his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. I don't know, Hero. I'm not the writer. Okay. This is like when I found out people don't call their fridges cabinator or call the sinks spigots. You call a sink a spigot? That's a fun word. This is the first time in my life I've heard this. I think I've heard cabinator before, maybe, but not spigot. That's wild. I learned, like, I don't know if there's any, like, crazy thing that I learned. I mean, I guess it doesn't really count, but, I learned that, like, the eye gunk that you get in the morning sometimes. So, we call that muta in, Tagalog. So I've just been calling it muta this entire fucking time. And then I think when I was in, like, fucking high school, I learned that you call them morning stars, and I'm like, I hate that. Why the fuck would you... Fridge is nevera in Spanish. I know, what is fridge in Tagalog? It's, I think fridge in Tagalog is just frigidaire. Dun sa frigidaire. I think it's just frigidaire. Alright. Cove? Could you be less loud is crazy shit. Could you be quieter is also crazy shit. Stop, that is wild. These 3 answers are wild. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. Hero, I am very southern. We grew up calling it a spigot. The toilets was called the cam mode. And the remote, the TV remote was the moat control. That's so sweet. Hey, Cove, could you stop being so annoying and bullyable? Basically. Yeah, right? Just like Cove kind of going through it because, you know, we were all kids on like our first like sort of sleepover and just fucking crying our eyes out. Just like, hey, Cove, shut the fuck up. Like, no, he's just a baby. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was the one your moms would read to you. It was special. Thought you were looking for your glasses. I was. Then I felt this. Looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion long forgotten. It really is cool.
Oh?
Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. It doesn't have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because the squire's really brave and funny. It has cool pictures. Mommy reads it for me. She uses different voices for every character. There's a dragon in it. There's a dragon in it, and crazy things happen. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all, so the two of them become friends instead. Cove looks excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You were reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely time you were supposed to sleep. You couldn't keep staying up. You wanted to read the book with Cove. Cove, let's read the fun little book. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. What's... Come on, check it out. Bring the book, too. Oh, this is so sweet. After a minute, the bed dipped and Cove got on it.
Take a sip, thank you.
Sippy time! Thank you, Ariel. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for dropping by. Bro, I needed that. Thank you so much for the sip sip. Ugh. That sneeze was almost as cute as your ara. Thanks. I didn't realize that my ara was cute, but you know what? Fine, I'll take it. I don't have much else going for me in my life. If I I gotta max the cute stat out. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip. Sorry, I'm still laughing. You fiddled with your flashlight in the grip, feeling for the switch. Oh my fucking god, shit! Fuck. With a Jesus Christ. With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. Jeez. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now he can read, and my moms won't know. I do this all the time. But with a Game Boy. I'm just about to beat the gym leader. I forgot. No. I forgot. I forgot that it's what the fuck? I forgot that it was Tuesday and the bug catching competition is up. When mom or mommy checks on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket, but I haven't been caught before. You want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. You placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back at a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it would be best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show Cove cool pictures. Yo, let's narrate the fucking book. Just like how I'm narrating this. You loved it when mommy read to you, so why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the page for long. There once was a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. Same, but it was Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. I was grinding before I knew there was a word for it. Yeah, that's real. That's understandable. And me and Victory Road before I was facing Lorelei. Oh, is it Lorelei? It's not Lorelei. Lorelei's in red. Who's the guy? Who's the guy with the fuck ass Zatu in gold? I don't know why. I had the hardest fucking time against that man. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got to an exciting part. The squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay. It's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? Me trying to do a voice of a character I'm doing a voice for. Sorry. It was your turn when you went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. He can't hear without his glasses. He me for real. Yeah, that's a mood. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze, and you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove? Is that you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it, the familiar weight of this flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You'd helped your moms redecorate it only for a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed. In my room. He really likes his nighttime strolls. He really does. He just keeps fucking leaving his room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. And that's real. I'm the same way. Unless that new place is a bus. Unless that new place is a moving vehicle. Put Maku in a moving vehicle and I will pass the fuck out within like 30 minutes. Thoughts on Beautiful Joe? Some people really miss it. It's wild to think that the creator of Devil May Cry made it. I have fond memories of Beautiful Joe. But I never played it. I watched other people play it. I watched my my godbrother. There was a list of games that my godbrother played that I was just simply not allowed to touch because I'm stupid. But yeah, I watched my godbrother play it. So I have fond memories of Beautiful Joe. Not the most amount of memories, because it was mostly just me and hanging out with my godbrother back in the day. Especially as a Toku fan, really. He also made Okami and Bayonetta. We love Kamiya. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your drowsiness. Dude, homie, Cove is always leaving. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of the night, all by himself. He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. You don't have to. It wouldn't even be a sleepover if Cove left in the middle of the night. It was called a sleepover for a reason. Cove looked frustrated, though you got the feeling it wasn't at you specifically. Yes, I do. You were at a stalemate, frowning to yourself. You studied his sleeping bag. Was there a way you could make him more comfortable? If Cove didn't like how weird your room was, maybe he would feel better if he had something more familiar nearby. Oh! You went to your bed and grabbed your blanket, then you spread it over the floor beside Cove's sleeping bag. He watched as you did, blinking. There he goes again. Have we learned nothing? Yeah, real. He's gonna be like, oh, actually, I'm gonna go to my dad. I'm gonna walk back to my house and wake my dad up so then I can be let inside the house so I could go to sleep in my bed. But then he's actually just gonna leave. He's actually just going to leave town. You're sleeping on the floor? Yeah, next to you. Yet another escape attempt. Yeah, real. Go sleep at his house then. Two-parter sleepover. Yeah, let's walk over to your house together and we can sleep together. It'll be so fun. The sleepover continues. Is that okay? Uh-huh. You spied a small smile playing on his lips. We can try it. But if it doesn't work, I want to go home still. I get it. You grabbed your pillow and a few plush toys for good measure as Cove picked up his pajama bottoms and folded them, then set them aside. You're gonna sleep in your fucking khakis? Homie. At this time of the night, and your dad is busy away with taxes. With taxes? Oh god, I did my taxes over the weekend, and I'm just looking forward to getting my refund. I just want to get a small little cake for me to enjoy on my birthday, homie, but I don't have the fucking money. Hoping that my refund will do it for me. Also a printer. I need a printer. Are you gonna change into your pajamas? No, I can sleep in this. That's chaotic of you. There was one time and one time only that I laid down in bed and slept in, like, anything aside from, like, jogging pants or shorts. Like, soft cotton shorts. And I hated it. Like, it was, like, one time and one time only where I laid down wearing, like, jeans or something and slept on my bed, and I hated it. There wasn't anything else left to say. In unison, you both laid down side by side. Cove put his glasses aside and got into his sleeping bag. Hey, I usually sleep wearing jeans. Listen, that's real of you. My mom used to get so mad at me for doing that. I did it all the time in my teen years. Yeah, that's like a thing that you do when you're like a little baby, when you're like younger. When you're just like, nah, whatever, it's fine. I tried it exactly one time, hated it. I was like, no, I gotta be comfy. Gotta be comfy. To be fair, though, I'm the type of person who just simply does not wear pants. So it's just like, yeah, no, if I can just be free of the responsibility of having to wear pants, I just simply won't. Where the fuck was I? Sorry. You made yourself as comfortable as you could, wrapped in the fuzzy blanket. Ooh, this game. Did you get the DLC as well? Hi, Ariel. It's nice to see you. Also, yes, I did. I think the only DLC that I'm missing is, like, the NSFW one that you can get on, like, Patreon. I love this game so much. The floor was hard and unforgiving against your back, not at all as comfy as your bed, but you didn't mind it as much. You had fallen asleep on the floor before. What mattered was if it helped. You swiveled your head to observe him. When I was a kid, I loved sleeping on the floor. I loved that shit. I used to just lie down on the fucking floor, and my grandma used to get so mad at me. Like, Maku, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Maku, if you're tired, sleep on, like, the couch or sleep on the bed or something. Like, what are you doing on the floor? And I was like, no, but it feels really good to sleep on the floor. Like, stretched out. Now I get that joy from sleeping on, like, a firm mattress or something. The appeal of doing some shit you're not meant to be doing. Yeah, real. Real. Is it better? Last time on Dragon Ball Z, I was passed out drunk at my parents' house after a long night, and my mom tried to get me to change into my pajamas. I was just remembering her coming in to tell me to change. I just went okay and didn't move. Listen, you were passed out drunk. He poked the top of his face out of the sleeping bag and mumbled bashfully, "Oh no, I have to sleep first. I can't tell if I can now." You couldn't help but be disappointed by the answer. Promise to wake me up if you want to go? Cove looked confused by the request, but he nodded anyway.
Okay.
Sure. You smiled. At least he wouldn't disappear without you knowing. You settled in for bed on the ground, closing your eyes and waiting for sleep to come. You wanted to give Cove a chance to get comfortable. Surprisingly, he decided to keep talking. This was my first sleepover. I guess. You open your eyes to see him staring up at the ceiling, his seafoam hair spread out around his head like he'd just gotten shocked. Really? I've had sleepovers before. That's a lie. I did not have that many sleepovers, aside from family when I was a baby. Sometimes I'll go to friends' houses. Shiloh slept over a few times. And other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. I love whenever the dialogue box just says, oh. Now you were the one who didn't really know what to say. You just laid there, and so did Cove for what felt like a long time. Hey, Cove? There was no answer. You leaned on your elbow to see Cove's eyes close, his lashes fanned over the apples of his cheeks. His chest raised and lowered with every inhale and exhale. He was fast asleep. You smiled to yourself. Good night. You rested on your back and closed your eyes. Soon enough, you were lulled to sleep by the gentle sound of Cove's breathing. The next morning, you were woken by the sound of Mom's voice and the soft shake of your shoulders. Maku, wake up. It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light.
How are you?
Is everything okay down there? You blinked at Mom for a second, confused before remembering you had slept down on the floor next to Cove. He was just waking up, yawning loudly. His hand lightly hit your face as he stretched out. When you moved away, you groaned a little at the pain in your shoulder from having slept on the hard ground. That sounds like a skill issue. It definitely wasn't as comfortable as your cozy bed, that's for sure. Cove wasn't feeling good, so I stayed with him. You mumbled and glanced at Cove, who rubbed at his eyes sleepily. He didn't say anything. Still, you were glad he decided to stay the night in the end. When you looked at Mom next, she was smiling at you both. Mommy was standing in the doorway behind her, doing the same thing. All right, kids. We'll be downstairs making breakfast. Don't take too long coming down. She said something to Mommy on her way out that made the two of them giggle. Did you sleep okay? You stood up and stretched your legs, watching Cove fumble with the bedside drawer and to pull out his glasses. Lying down on the floor from time to time can slightly adjust your back. Ayo, bet? I haven't lied down on the floor in a hot second. Maybe that's why I'm so fucked up. Sorry, I'm stretching. You know that medieval torture device that just like you tie your limbs to and then it just stretches you? You know, obviously I don't want it to be to the point that I actually bite the dust from it to the, you know, like to the point that it's actually supposed to be, but I feel like that would be such an adventure. I feel like that I would benefit from a little bit of that. Wait a minute, there's a couch. Why didn't one of you sleep on the couch? That's my bed. That's my bed. The rack? Is that what it's called? I think so. He had been able to relax when it was just the two of you in the night. Now that a new day has come, he gave the impression of feeling out of place again. But the smile on his face had a gentle light. Thanks, Maku. Yeah, and you can bet that there must be a moment where you feel great before being ripped apart. Yeah, right? See, I just want that. And I don't want to be ripped apart. I just want that. I feel like I would benefit from that a little bit. Just a smidgen. You're welcome. Even if it couldn't be a perfect time, it was worth it. Cove didn't stay for breakfast. He really was ready to go at that point. Mommy called to make sure Mr. Holden was up before Cove went home. Yeah, it's called the rack. I study medieval torture devices in my free time. You study so you study medieval torture devices as well as bugs on your free time. And honestly, you're so real for that, Slow. You're so real for this. This is correct. I understand. I get it. I'm a man of many hats. I get it. I understand. I do a bunch of different, like, I don't really study anything. That's a fucking lie. I lied to you just now. Study Japanese in my spare time, or, like, I like hearing. I've learned recently that in astrology, numbers are very important, so I've been listening about that, because that sounds interesting. Numerology sounds very interesting. And, but aside from that, I just do a lot of fucking crafts, and it's why I get really, what's the word? I get really overwhelmed when I have spare time, because I'm like, man, what should I do today? I have a Luffy, like a crochet Luffy, King of Pirates doll that I'm making for someone, and he's just been ahead for a very, very long time. Like, I finished one of his arms today. I should just straight up finish him. I was gonna say I should finish his other arm, but no, I should finish him, like, completely. And I like making bracelets. I said this before a long time ago, but I like making bracelets. I wanted to make a bracelet today, but I realized I should probably finish Luffy. Also, painting. Painting is so fun. Also, emotes. I like making emotes as well. So it's just like a bunch of things. And, yeah, so I get overwhelmed. And then I end up just not doing anything. Before I started streaming, it was like, oh, I want to do all of these things. Like, I want to study Japanese right now. I want to study coding. I want to study this. But I also want to, like, draw this. I want to do this. I want to, like, crochet something. I want to needle felt something. I want to knit something. But then you also added games to that. It's like, oh, but I gotta play something. I gotta play Yakuza. For example, I gotta play Yakuza. Like, this is not a joke. I have Zero and Kiwami. And, I have Judgment as well. And they've just been on my shelf because I got them for my, I have them for my PS4. So it's just like, oh, like, I gotta finish those. I gotta finish Persona 5. And I end up just not doing that shit. Yo, Maku. Hi, Justin. It's nice to see you, man. How are you doing? But now that I'm streaming, I can just do that. Now that I'm streaming, I have, like, specific days where I force my ass to play a game. Granted, these aren't really the games, like that I listed, like Yakuza and Judgment or whatever. But at least I'm playing something, because literally before, I would only play Stardew Valley. I would only play Stardew Valley, or I would open up Pokemon fucking, like, Sword or something. I would open up Pokemon Sword and breed Whoopers. Digimon? I didn't even fucking play Digimon, dude, because a new Digimon game hadn't fucking come out yet. Like, fucking Hacker's Memory came out in 2017. And I didn't even finish Hacker's Memory. I was like, oh, I gotta finish this. I gotta go back to it. But then I also just continued playing Stardew Valley. But now, you know, now I can do things. You'll play the new Digimon game too? Yeah, of course I'm gonna play the new Digimon game. Who would I be? Who would I be if I didn't? I have over 4,000 games loaded up in my notes, and I made a wheel that I spin, and whatever number I land on, I play that. That's a vibe and a half. Do you only have those games on PS4? Can't kill two birds with one stone and just stream them? I mean, to be fair, I have a capture card. If I really wanted to, I could stream it using the PS4, but why would I do that? Why would I do that? My PS4 is connected to the TV, and I don't want to rearrange my stuff. But yeah, currently I only have those games on PS4. I'm sure eventually they'll go on sale again, if they're not already on sale right now. Sorry about that. Cove didn't stay for breakfast. He really was ready to go at that point. Mommy called to make sure Mr. Holden was up before Cove went home. He gave you a small wave as he left, thanking your moms for letting him stay before he disappeared through the front door. You smiled at the sight. Cove's very first sleepover had come to an end. Okay, and we're done! And we're done, and we're done, and we're done. Let's save. We're not done yet. I'm just saying when we're done. Step fucking 1. And then summer ended. Are you sure? Yes. I'll never get tired of that view. Do not worry, you are more human doing that. Doing what? Being overwhelmed by choice. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie, and Cove as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. I'll never get tired of viewing the moms. Spending time from the stream just to talk, plain and square. Ah, okay, cool. Thank you. I thought you were talking about how it would only breed whoopers and Sword and Shield. That's all I did when I was in university. I'd come home, turn the switch on, run around in a circle in front of the daycare, and then get whoopers. I have an abundance of shiny whoopers because I was trying to get like a 6v unaware whooper that was shiny. Shake my hand, bro. Just shake my hand. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How'd you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie, dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over.
The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we just play a little bit longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. We have to keep playing before it's too late is crazy. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you planned on going home. As a baby, again, I was a lot more extroverted than I am currently. Mom looked down at you with a sigh, and you clasped your hands together to give your plea some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with the very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined. You're lucky, I guess. You're lucky. I guess my summer vacation is over. Yeah. Gosh. Second.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too.
Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot onto the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument.
Well,
Now.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Literally what I was fucking just talking about. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet and at tines and trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground, or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Don't I gotta say in this? You finally made your own plans. We can't go far. I'm going home is so funny. Like, I just begged my parents to let me play more, and I'm like, alright, you know what? Actually, peace. See ya. Make my own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you gonna do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. I'm leaving. Until next time. Okay, see ya. Thank you for dropping by. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning her on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Let's follow Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. Cool. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed with how far he got it to go. It was a pretty good toss. That was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock kind of sunk, like a rock, and fell back down. That's a mood. But it was Cove doing it. You know what, Cove? You can be a cool guy. It sailed out into the sea. That's crazy. I'm gonna look for my own damn rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, you didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. Didn't think a few weeks was that bad. That's not very long. It'll be off before you know it. You offered a smile, but Cove wasn't looking at you. Cove let out a huff, plopping down onto the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that this old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
I want to go home. You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Enjoy ad jail. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable this whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave it a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we can go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled and looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'd feel better then used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all. As long as I really do feel better. What a king. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being far away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. It's true. You held his hand, because that's what we do here. This is the hand-holding game. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely tried to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. I'm gonna take a sip. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately... Okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own.
Max.
Yeah, that's right. My name is
Thanks.
Max. That's right. My name is Max. Excuse me. It's me, Max Tanuki. It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. In between. Okay, so we're actually going to just move over to he pronouns because I don't want to keep explaining myself. I know Marco is one of them, which is like so funny, and Marco I feel like would be a little bit less crazy to hear than Max. Max throws me off a little bit more than I thought it would. Where's Marco? There it is. Marco. Hey, Marco. It's me, Marco Tanuki. Okay. No, my name is Maku. Please. Please. Maku. Okay. Mouse Tanuki, cheese to meet you. I hate that. I Okay, so let's change the color of my hair to match more what we got here in real life, in real Tanuki life. Oh, spiked is crazy. This is wild. I think this might be okay. Whoa, look at this, damn. 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 This is wild. It's me, Mamoru from Sailor Moon. I think the one that we got was, like, the other one is probably the best one. This one. My hair is not going to be changing much. My hair was the same the entire time. Oh wow, they got the comb over dreads here too. Yeah, no, the character customization in this game is crazy. This is so cute. Look at me. I did not wear glasses. These are so cute. Hell, I didn't wear glasses, but I did wear earrings. Ah, I see. I was like, what, is there any difference? Am I, like, losing my shit? Okay. Slender, large, medium, chubby. Chubby is fine. I did not have freckles. Okay. I think this is okay. Change page. My birthmark is still on my back. I did not. Pants and shirts is correct at that time. When we're... I think it is teenage years? Not quite teenage, but tween-age years. I did not wear bracelets anymore, but I started to wear hats. I did have braces. I did, in fact, have braces. Okay. This is correct. Let me see, actually. Is there like a... Is this closer to my hair color? I think so. I think this is closer to my hair color. Yeah, right. I can't change my eye color. It's crazy. Okay. Should be okay. Let's hit done. My feelings for Cove. Let's keep it at relaxed. And, should we be soft for him? We should be soft for him. This is only correct. And let's save over here. Let's save over there. Let's be soft for him. This is fine. You won't be able to change it again until step 3. That's fine. So the cool thing about Cove is that every step he also changes with you. And there is like it, so the depending on your answers, like depending on how you interacted with him in the previous step, it will affect how he looks like and also his personality, which is really cool. But then in between, you can still customize him as you want. I don't think I'll do that for this run, because I want to see... I want to have the psychic damage to be maximum. So you can, in theory, get an edgy delinquent Cove. Yes, basically. So it's like, you can get him to be like kind of aloof and indifferent, or you can get him to be kind of like soft and sweet, or like and then like his hair length and stuff. Like, is he a studious guy? Is he more of a jock type guy? It's very interesting. I'm not going to be... You know what? Fuck it. So... Should I show you? I will show you. Because why not? So, like, it'll show you, like, the appearance, right? So this is... He's so sweet. Look at him. So based on my answers, I think this is what they would have given me. Right? So this is the Cove that I got. He's just a sweet little guy. But yeah, he has different hair. He can have glasses or not, but he didn't have glasses. Like different shirts. He was wearing shirt too. Right? So it's just like stuff like that. Oh, he's a Chad. Then MTR genes are strong is wild as shit. That's crazy. Yeah, so there's that. His PJs are like this. You can change his PJs too, which is crazy. You can change his like this. It's pretty cool. So that's done. I'm going to fucking scream in real life. This is how you feel towards Derek for this step. It can be the same or different from Cove. Okay, I'm going to keep it as relaxed with Derek because I love Derek. For Derek, for his route, because what I'm thinking of doing is that, like, when I'm done, like, let's say this route, right? Like this run, I'm going to just go through Cove's entire route. And then I want to go to Derek's. Would it be faster if I just do Derek's, like, stuff? Like, basically answer correctly for Derek in this one, and then save, and then keep that? And then just basically have him as a crush? Like, does it matter? I don't know. I'm trying to fucking min-max my thing. Okay, let's, Derek's sweet. Okay. Let's do that. We're soft for both of them because I am soft for both of them. They're very sweet. This is also going to be saved over here. Okay. Ready. Yeah. He's sweet. He's a sweet little guy. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. He's so sweet. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talk about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you had hoped that you could help him feel better still. Even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't this kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride whenever someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. He's just a cool Chad. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. The toys and crayons got replaced by gunpla and paintbrushes. That's not true. It was just added. Those were just added. I still have toys, and I still have crayons. I'm a mess. I actually still have a box of fucking crayons. I was like, my office is basically just my craft room. And I was looking for my pencil crayons, like I guess the stage are called colored pencils. I was looking for my colored pencils, and I couldn't fucking find them because I have like the really fancy fucking Prismacolor ones, right? So I was looking for those, couldn't fucking find them. But what I found was a box of fucking Crayola, like a box of fucking, like the huge box of Crayola crayons that I just didn't use. It was huge. It's crazy. I still haven't opened them because I need to figure out what I want to do with them. I have so many media to use. He and his mom moved back south because of her work just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. It is sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You're much too old for that word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too, so she insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth. So you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Derek is so sweet, dude. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about to head you. I was sleeping at 13. At 13, I was sleeping. This is when I started becoming a lot more awkward. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up to your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? How? Get up. Go away. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. So fun fact about Maku. Fun fact about me. On Discord, right? You know how you can set like a little status on your Discord? My status for years is let Maku be a special boy challenge. It is a direct reference to this. It is a direct reference to your special boy is at the door. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come down already. Okay, fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly fit in the frame. You're very tall. I'm not very tall. Your reflection went over the length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. I'm not. You're average height. I'm not average height. I mean, I guess I am, but I'm just a little short. There was a lot of open space. You're pretty short. Yeah, this one. It's this one. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted. That's fucked. I'm pretty short. You could relate to Derek in how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. I like my height. I've never had a problem with my height. I could just walk under things. Small in stature, big in heart. Real. It suited you well in your mind. I would just walk under things. Like, I know, like, I had a lot of friends who were really tall, and the way they had to duck, I didn't want that. I could just walk under things without hurting myself. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. Yeah! You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2. Second chance.
You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Maku. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? Okay. You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Still fine, right? We love our moms. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. Let her do it. What the fuck? I wouldn't happily let her do it. I don't care. You stood by patiently and indulged your mom's wishes. She gave you 2 small taps on the crown of your head. You're the last one down today. You know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was going to say in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What do we got? Morning. That's all? You really are a sleepyhead right now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh, look, he's so cute! He's just a guy! He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No. Instead, it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. I do. I love fun shapes. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Be careful one day, the innate desire to NTR will take over. Only you can stop him is crazy work. Why would you say that? At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey. Hi. Minanis, is that you? Minanis ka? If not, hi, it's nice to see you. Thank you for dropping by. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to you when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yes, whiny. Whiny! Thank you, thank you, thank you. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. That's so sweet. Help. Wait, so do we got into a goma? Huh? Huh? It was already shaping up to be another long summer. Coma. Do we get into a coma? Why would you think that? Why would you think that? Why is everyone so different? Oh, there's a time skip. Justin, there's a time skip.
So there's like step 1 where you're 8, and then there's a little bit of a time skip for step 2 where you're 13. And then I don't remember which age you are at step 3. But there is also a step 3, and I believe there's a step 4. There is a step 4. I'm fucking joking. I knew there was a step 4. So Cove is like the main boy of the series, and he is like, he grows alongside you. And so he stays with you. You're 18 in step 3. Ah, you're 18 in step 3. That's crazy. All steps skip 5 years. Oh, I see. Thank you. But yeah, like, whoever you meet in whatever step, their appearance changes into the next step. So like, Cove's appearance will change in the next step. We're gonna meet Derek in this step as well. Derek's appearance will change in the next step as well, because everyone is aging, just like how I am. Step 4, midlife crisis. Step 4, you're like 23, dude. Honestly, midlife crisis at the ripe age of 23. Listen, I get that. That's a big mood, because I'm currently going through an ongoing life crisis. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. Not me, baby. I stay hip and young forever. I love that for you, Slow. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so, anyway. He smiled earnestly. He's so sweet. Look at him. He's just a guy. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You are too cute sometimes is crazy. I would not say that. I'm not that forward. Thank you. Could you tell your dad we love the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any other neighbor you'd had. Though after 5 years you were used to his antics and you'd since made your mind on what your opinion was. I am. And you're real for that, Ivory. You're so real for that. Fun little tangent again, because this is in fact the Maku Tanuki channel and I am a mess. But there was like this sort of, I guess, like a trend on Twitter recently of like just quote retweeting someone, and the sort of copy pasta is like, do not flirt with me because A, B, and C, and then you list out your own reasons. So I quote retweeted V, and I was like, do not flirt with me because I'm not going to notice, and until 5 years later, and I will cry about it from embarrassment. And then V replied to me and said, so in 2027. So I don't know what that means. So like, basically what I mean here is that I am stupid. I cannot reiterate to you how fucking stupid I am. And so I was like, what do you mean by 2027? And she was like, don't worry about it. I'm like, what? I'm used to his antics. Listen. Look him dead in the face and go, I watch you sleep at night and walk away. That's crazy work. Have you ever watched Orion High School Host Club? Yeah, I did. Of course I did. Love Orion High School Host Club. You didn't like him is crazy. He was great and kinda handsome to boot. You're Haruhi core. Thank you. Good morning, Tanu gang. Raccoon, it's 10:40 at night. Don't worry about it, Chief. Listen, I have eyes. I can appreciate that, like, Cliff is handsome. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden. You didn't mind them, and he liked them quite a bit. And even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice-looking guy. That was good, too. But it was something you kept to yourself. I had a tiny girly pop nap. I get it.
I hope that you...
You should trademark Tanu Gang. Tanu Gang's a really good one. I think, like... There was another one. I don't remember... I think it was Makru. Raccoons posed Tanu Gang and Makru, and they're both really good. But it was something you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. I don't know who that is, so they don't have a voice yet. You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek. He's so sweet. I'm so excited to see Derek. Just a few yards down the road, he ran up to you. I love Derek. I'm happy to see Derek. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. There he is! Look, he's so cute! After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. He's so cute, look at him. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys! It's been some time since you officially began using he pronouns. Your family knows and supports you in it, so does Cove and his dad. Derek on screen! Derek on screen! He's so cute! Pats for Derek. Yeah! Derek deserves it. Look, he's so cute. Derek was someone you met. Derek! Head pats for Derek! He didn't know you from before, but he's always accepted you for who you were, no matter what. Oh my god, please! He is so sweet! I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Maku's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. My goodness, what a little meow meow. Right, he's so sweet. Look at him, he's so cute. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. He's a woof woof. Yeah, he is a little woof woof. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but it's made of fruit.
Nice.
Nice! Can I have some? It's a gift for my... You know what? Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Fuck my... Fuck everyone else. We can share. It's a gift for the family, and I'm the family. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome! Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. This absolute shonen protag, right? He's so sweet. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond. A small smile playing on his lips. He's so cute. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
Sure, I'll do it.
Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down to the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Jeremy! Yippee! Yeah, we're so excited! We get to see Derek, we get to see Jeremy. I'm going to kill him as crazy. I'm gonna blend him and turn him into soup. Hey, guy! Over here! There he is! I love Jeremy. The kid whipped around, and an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him. Blows him up with my mind.
What?
What? What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. Oh, he's a baby. He's got the haircut of public obscenity. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
No. I'm Derek. That's Maku and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. Oh, look, it's Weevil from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Say goodbye to your precious Exodia!
Bowl cut kid. That's what Weevil sounds like, right? He has like a ah. Oh, he's got the personality of public obscenity too. It's crazy. We love Bowl Cut Kid. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. We bully Jeremy King in this house, right? We do. He deserves it. Yeah. So, you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course. I knew it. Have you ever played XOXO Droplets? I haven't yet. I will, though. I haven't yet, but I will. I gotta. What?
My parents.
My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. He's just a guy, please! Derek is just a guy, he's so cute! It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh! If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
I guess? That's a pretty good reason to drop by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No! Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much, and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? Didn't talk about your parents that way. Sorry, it must suck being doing. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining. Calm down. You don't have to. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Okay.
I still had some audacity as a baby, as a 13-year-old. I did still have some audacity as a 13-year-old. So who peed in your cereal this morning? Are we violent? We're always violent. That's not true. Look at Derek, he's so cute. Cove looks like, homie, what did you just say? Like, Derek is just giving me the seal of approval. Jeremy's lips curled as his face contorted from anger to horror.
That's disgusting.
He's my baby. He's my baby. He's a little guy.
Why would you think of something like that? That's disgusting.
Sheesh.
It's just an expression.
He took a deep breath. You thought, for one hopeful second, that maybe he was calming himself down. He was not.
So what? You're putting it in people's heads. I don't want to have to think about it, and someone brainless might decide it's a good idea and actually do it. There are some real stupids out in the world, you know. You're all living proof of that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey!
Hey.
We're not stupid. I'm smarter than you are.
How are you going to prove that when you're just saying one moronic thing after the other?
You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid.
Oh my god. Jeremy's so funny, dude. It's just one right after the other. Jeremy has no fucking chill. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both.
Come on.
Oh, Cove's wavy eyes are so cool. How could you say that when you got a bull cut? It's crazy. Don't listen to them. They are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. No, Cove's... How can you say that when you got a bowl cut? This is coming after this man's life. Yo, this man is cruising for a bruising. You guys are too nice. You can't treat people like that, homie. The fuck? Cove smiled weakly.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible.
There it is, though. It has, like, pretzel arms. He can't handle the 1v1. Choose violence? Okay, bet. With your fist balled, you made a quick step forward. You are ready to end! He was the one who started things. You were ready to end them. Is so funny. Yo, let's go. Let's go. I love Jeremy, but he needs to get his ass beat. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Thanks, guys! Throws a planet at him. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached them. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over.
If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, I'm just proving myself right. You're brainless.
You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it.
Wow, what's wrong with you?
Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
First day in town and you always get your ass kicked.
This is dumb.
Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away. Okay. Throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Did you know the wow wow part of was cut from the game but still exists in the file? No, I didn't. That's wild. Why was it cut out? Derek sighed in dismay. Plopping onto the ground, you followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do. You definitely would have won that fight, right?
This sucks.
This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. There are a handful of lines that are not in the game but are in the files. I see. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. I was about to throw hands and I was holding a bouquet of fruit. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. You could have beat his ass with the fruit arrangement. Yeah, I really could. Why not? Let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away. You know the way. Throw the fruit at him while he's stumbling. Punch him in the face. Shish kebab him is wild.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him, only you were without a skewer of your own. Oh, fuck, a pineapple skewer? A strawberry skewer? A melon. I'm not even gonna fucking front. I would go for the strawberry skewer. Strawberry and then pineapple. The strawberry was a bright red and beckoning to you. It was the obvious first choice. Discombobulate. Right? I can't remember. You've read this before, right? So, yes, I did play this game before offline. I'd avoid the strawberry myself. I'd probably try the melon. Ooh, we love melon. It depends on the melon. I would be more... If the melon was a watermelon, I would grab that first. If the melon was a cantaloupe, I would take that after the pineapple. And if it was a honeydew, I would take it after the pineapple as well. There's nothing wrong with, like, honeydew. I forgot there was a grape one. So my thing would be strawberries, and then pineapples, and then grapes. And then, like, the melon, it depends. And then the last one, what was the last one? I don't remember. I don't know, I haven't touched it, but I think I'm allergic to strawberries, thus avoiding it. Ah, that's fair. Step 2, Cove has like 6 different ways he can say, oh my god, but there's a 7th one in the files that isn't in the game. The best way to describe it would be gay panic. Honestly, that's a vibe. That's my default every single day of my life. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically. He seems like the type who enjoy a pineapple skewer first. This is amazing!
Mine's nice.
It tastes pretty nice. And this fruit kebab thing is fun. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Oh yeah. Tree stars. Right. We love Littlefoot in this house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did. And there was that scene with the pretty trees, and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them until there was nothing.
That's us right now. Awesome.
Dude, I love that movie.
Me too.
The three of you continue like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. It did help you make me feel... It made me feel better. Derek was right. It was so good, you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Man, I haven't thought about those movies in ages. Weren't there like 14 of them? There was like a good handful of them. I don't remember how many exactly there were.
Hey, Maku.
Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually.
Were you seriously gonna hit that guy?
I thought... I read, were you seriously hitting on that guy? I'm so fucking tired. Well, he had it coming.
Maku, that's so bad.
I mean,
I thought it was cool.
ugh.
Well, you're both crazy people.
You knew when Derek said things like that he wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah, you know, we and you know what, Derek? We all have two hands. We all have two hands. And we can all hold hands.
Yeah.
Talk shit, get hit. Yeah, exactly. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh.
These hands were made for fighting, and that's just what they all do. So, are you both ready for summer break?
Yeah?
Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. Feels like there's a lot to plan for.
Hmm?
And what about you, Cove? Are you ready?
I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Hey, Maku!
You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased.
I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us.
She leered over you with arms folded.
So, where is it?
Sorry. Well, it's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open, and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Maku? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home.
She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly.
Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad.
It seemed everyone was in the mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks, I almost said cheese, flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. That kid was this close to getting launched from that swing set into the ocean. And we should have done it. We should have done it. Sorry. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all placated.
Oh no. I think I hear that mean kid coming back. We better get out of here.
Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone.
Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. Bye, Lizzie. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Yeah, we're kids. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph.
We escaped and shall live to see another day.
Victory! Threw your hands up in celebration. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little bit longer. You had gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it.
Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. After that, Derek had rejoined you in the living room. He'd elected to stay outside for extra time so that you could face the potential scolding from your family without him witnessing the embarrassment. He's so sweet. Please. He's so cute. Derek was a guy you could count on. Yeah, he's such a good guy. The dust had settled from the prior events, and your moms went back to their room. So Derek was just taking it easy until his dad arrived. Mr. Suarez was meant to be there any minute to get Derek. Derek preferred not to sit, and instead took long lazy strides in a circle around the edge of the rock. Okay. Hands behind his back and head angled towards the ceiling, Derek looked like he might have been puzzling out a crime. He probably made half a dozen rounds when a solid knock struck to your door. That stopped Derek in his tracks. "Dad's here!" The both of you stepped towards the door in unison. You arrived first since you'd had a half-room head start. When you'd pulled it open only a crack, someone zoomed in past you. Aw, I love the Derek siblings. They're so cute. The breakneck flash of a human was still entirely recognizable. It was Derek's littlest brother, Nicholas Suarez. He shouted triumphantly,
Derek! We're here!
He was only 6, the tiniest kid around. Hot on his heels came the middle Suarez son, George. I know, is it... Nicolas, we have to stay in the car, so it's probably Jorge. We're going home. We're not meant to play. We're not here to play. He was 10 and his patience was being tested. The youngest one frantically shook his head. It made his hair even messier than it already was. Nicolas's hair was as wild and free as he was. Hair clips and his parents' minivan couldn't contain the energy. Which might have been surprising considering he loved cars enough to wear a shirt covered in them, but you knew Nicholas loved Derek even more. Staring right where he was, inside your house, at his even older brother's side, Nicholas gave Derek a hug.
I came to get you.
Derek bent down to scoop Nicholas into his arms in a fond squeeze, though he kept his face tilted up to make eye contact with Jorge.
Hey.
Hey, bros. Oh my god, they're so cute! Side by side, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez trailed in. Thank you for streaming on 2 platforms at once. When there's an ad break on Twitch, I just go to YouTube temporarily. Honestly, you are so welcome for that. I actually started streaming only on YouTube initially, but then one of my friends told me about Restream, and I was like, yo, that's crazy. So it was a good time. Welcome back from ad jail, everyone. Yeah, the mom sure is cute, right? She's so cute. The resemblance between the parents and their children was clear. Derek and Jorge were the spitting image of their father. Jorge was even called Junior, while Nicolas was a mommy's boy.
Good evening.
A good evening, Maku.
Hello.
Hello. You'll have to forgive this 3-ring circus in visiting town. The boys just had to come. Kind of looks like my mom. Right? She's so cute. Don't worry about that. You're welcome here. At least she reminds me of her. Yeah, she has a very sweet mom energy. The frown that had been stuck on Jorge's face finally eased up a little. Oh, how kind.
Goodbye.
But we can't stay. Thank you for letting Derek visit, and tell your mothers I said hello. Okay. Come on, boys. All 4 of you now. Let's give the Tanuki family their house back. Coming.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom. Half of the group trotted forward with only a word. They went past Mrs. Suarez and out the door. She watched them go before surveying the situation with the most troublesome one. Nicolas was just bouncing around Derek as if he hadn't even heard his parent. Derek and his mom looked on with identical expressions of exhaustion-tinged affection. When an opportunity opened up between hops, Derek carefully took hold of Nicholas's small hand. Let's go to the car, Nico. You can sit next to me. Thrilled by the promise, look at him! Nicholas let out another cheer.
Yeah, let's go to the car.
Mrs. Suarez left it there, trusting her eldest, and went to join Mr. Suarez and Jorge. Nicholas gripped Derek's black wristband with his free hand, stretching it outward in his eager attempt to lead his bigger brother along. Derek stumbled forward with a chuckle, mostly to protect his band from being pulled too far rather than Nicholas actually having the strength to move him. But he made sure not to forget you. Please, he's so sweet. Derek said his goodbye from over his shoulder. Bye, guy! Good night. After their prompt entrance and equally quick exit, the whole Suarez family was on their way home. You, however, didn't have anywhere to go. It was late enough that the rest of the day would be spent inside your own house. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. Being family with you, but you had a lot of... At the time, at the age of 13. What is grade is that? 7? I had a lot of girlfriends. Even though you weren't a girl, you befriended them pretty well. I also had a lot of non-girlfriends. What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with. Then the shrill ringtone announced an oncoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Hello?
Hi, Maku. It's Lee.
I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was.
So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out...
Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. I don't like it. That's stupid, but... You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You know what? You're right. It's probably because Lizzie just took the entire fucking phone. That's correct, actually. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. All right, I'm here.
Cool. Hey, did you know? The girl down the street from me has her own phone now. A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything.
Wow, really? The thought of having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you.
Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own until I was more grown up.
I'm back. Is he grown up yet? We are 13 years old, Ariel. It's nice to see you. Thank you for coming back. Welcome back, rather.
I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be?
Wouldn't I still be using a home phone? That's gonna be so fun. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we wanted. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver.
At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait.
She sighed dramatically.
I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college.
Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over, and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as a pretty average. You never tried much, but you still didn't do bad. You didn't bother at all, and everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. I did not work hard in school until university. Everything in your classes came easy to you. You know I was joking about the PS2, but the way they talk about phones at this age actually makes me think this is set in the mid to late 2000s. I think it might be. I think it might be.
Up.
It is. Yeah, I figured. You soaked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain the high grades. You hoped to do just as well. You were confident that your grades would remain great. You'd definitely keep the streak going. Oh, it is for sure? Neat. Right? It's cool. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up?
I'm just thinking about school. Lee groaned.
Ugh! Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? Because that's what I'm doing.
I'm looking forward to going back as well. Let's make a petition for more vacation time.
Yeah! Everybody in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too.
Now I can get more dated with my references. Yes. 2011 to be found. 2011? In step 2? That's crazy. That's wild. The main character is stated to have been born in 1997 to 1998. I see. That's interesting. I don't know if that's your voice or the in-game voice, but if it's yours, you have an on-point feminine voice acting. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sometimes it's the in-game voice acting, and sometimes it's me.
Though, I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out.
Learning things can be cool. Gym is pretty great. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria's lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to. There's nothing good about my school. It's wild. 13. I didn't really meet up with friends that often when I was 13 outside of school. So school was the easiest way for me to hang out with people. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anyone new. Nobody ever really comes here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I can just continue. Wait, dude, I love food.
Lucky. Mine's boring.
13. Me fine. I love learning. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught things, not just some people.
Me too.
The gym's okay. At 13, I was
The captain of the volleyball team.
I see. That's so interesting. There was all sorts of sports stuff during gym.
Oh yeah, it could be fun sometimes.
That was all. That's pretty much everything that's good about school.
Okay, point taken.
Alright.
Now, I decree this topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already.
Oh, tell me.
I'm gonna visit my cousins.
Chuckled. Of course.
What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head.
I want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies. That's me. I catch up on movies and TV. 13. Probably spend some time at the beach is not true. I don't want to do anything at all. It's a vacation. That's also real. I got some new art supplies. Can't wait to try them out.
I can't wait to see what you make.
Wait, 2011 yeah, MVC3 is out. We love Marvel vs. Capcom. Be out again later in the year. Yeah. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. I have a friend who I talk to pretty frequently. I spoke to her today. I don't really know the average range of like time that we spend talking to each other. So like for like let's say a month, right? There would be 1 month where I would talk to her almost every other day for like 2 weeks straight. And then for the next 2 or 3 weeks, I would not talk to her. And then sometimes that 2 to 3 week span of me not talking to her would expand to like 6 months. And then we would go back to like talking for like every day. And it would always be the same shit. We would just talk about the same shit all the time using like a different tone. Like, oh my god, this is so annoying. Like, yeah, you're right. And I would say the one thing was annoying. For example, like, oh my god, work is so annoying. And then like the next day, like, oh my god, work is so annoying, but from her. It's so sweet. It's so fun having a friendship like that. For one, the event of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today and we met a new kid. I'm like that with my best friend. I feel you. Yeah, it's so sweet.
Like, at your neighborhood?
Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long.
What was he like?
He was really mean. He kept snapping when we were all just trying to talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove. It was awful.
I don't think I want to meet him.
You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Damn, bitch! I haven't really kept in contact with anyone from my childhood. I mean, that's fair, you know, like you just drift apart and everyone has their own lives and stuff. That's fair. I have a friend from kindergarten who I still occasionally talk to. We still occasionally message each other and meet up to watch a movie, like once every 2 years.
It's a lot of fun.
But I wish that I still spoke to a lot more of them. Ugh. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Damn.
Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy.
That, and I was one of the few people at my school that didn't get a phone until they were like 20 to 22. Ah, fair. Yeah, fair.
I see how much you like Cove.
Yeah, you got me. Yeah. I wouldn't give him all my attention. You weren't able to say anything to that. I wouldn't be able to say anything to that. I'm a mess. Lee laughed at your silence, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see you, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand. The other one lodged at her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up! With a sigh, you say goodbye. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. Sorry for being long. Lee, I have to go now.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too.
You'd barely pressed the end call when Elizabeth whisked the headset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your ma's voice called from downstairs.
Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it!
With that, she shut the door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were... scared? What had caused that? What's caused that noise? I'm a huge bitch. I'm gonna... to reiterate, I'm a huge bitch. What had caused that noise? Swallowing hard, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You could only hope this wasn't a bad idea. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. You laid in bed thinking about playing MVC3 and how bullshit of a character Phoenix is. You laid in bed thinking about playing MVC3 and thinking of how fucking broken Deadpool was. Hello, it's nice to see you. Can the Tanuki sing?
Right now? Not in this stream, but if you join over... Ow.
Ara. I'm having a karaoke stream this Sunday, though, if you were interested in joining in then. I'm also premiering a new song cover on Saturday at 8 p.m. EST. So if you head over to YouTube, you can watch my new premiere for my new cover. Or if you haven't watched the old ones yet, or not old, but if you haven't watched the other covers that I've done on YouTube, you can watch those if you want to hear Tanuki singing. Cove? You laid in bed thinking about how you could mash buns with Wolverine and win. If it wasn't so late, I'd play some modded Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom after the stream. Yeah.
Tanuki cute. Thank you. It's all I have going for me.
You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb on. Still, just because somebody could doesn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Well, he's so sweet. Look at him. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside.
Hey.
Hey, Maku. What's up, Romeo? You're lucky I didn't start screaming is real. Amazing, my dreams came true. That's so cute. You're lucky I didn't start screaming, homie. Sorry for everything. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Homeboy never grew out of them nighttime strolls. I feel like the older I got, the more I was into nighttime strolls, I'll be real. So, you know, he was already really into them, and now he's just even more into them. Well, besides you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? You didn't comment on the eavesdropping. That's, like, weird. Oh, excuse me. There were other things to talk about. Are you gonna stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too. But no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. And what did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. What NTR man is trying to repair? No, they just, you know, they ended pretty amicably. I mean, they fought a lot, but they were still friends. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time. Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
Marco.
I know it's an emotional moment, but hearing Marco is so fucking funny. His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad, and that is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for that. That's a lot. You know, I'm sorry, Cove. I'm here for you, buddy. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude. And as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Maku? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. You didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. I mean, I'm more worried about you. You're homie, I'm fine. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. He's so sweet, help me. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I got a flashlight and cards, you in? You can always stay here. Yo, homie, you ready to play some Yu-Gi-Oh? What era is 2011? Yo, you wanna play Yu-Gi-Oh? I just pulled a Stardust Dragon. I just I just learned about Xyz summoning. I just pulled a fucking... Did they have ghost rares of Xyz? When Cove wants to solemn warning his dad. Paying his fucking life points to just stop his dad. Cove, look at this sick misprint I got. You tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over the past few years that you were certain there was room to get even closer. This misprint says Rainbow Dragon, but it's really Elemental Hero Chaos Neos is a crazy misprint. That's an insane misprint. That would be wild. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Come on, bro. We can run some sets in Super Street Fighter 4 if you feel like it. You hugged him. Because I love him. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. My short arms? I mean, I guess, yeah, it's true. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. No, that's a real... No, that's real. All of the first edition Ghost Rare Chaos Neos have the... That's fucking insane, dude. I don't know that. That's wild. Yo, Cove, do you want to see the really fucking cool Yu-Gi-Oh card I pulled? I just pulled a fucking Trishula. I got Trish and I got Brio. My deck is crazy right now. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. That's like $180. Of power in the good old days and 2 cards. Right? I loved Trish and Brio, dude. I was so mad when they fucking... I know this was like a long time ago. I'm pretty sure Trish is out of the ban list, but I remember they fucking banned Trish, and I was so mad. Trish was one of my fucking, like, big boy monsters. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your olive skin. Cove and Maku just bonding over Yu-Gi-Oh cards, looking at my new build for a Dragoonity deck. Cove, look, I just got a Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon for my fucking deck. Isn't that so sick? Cove, check out my new 3DS. It's like you're looking into the screen. My favorite from those days was Goyo Guardian. Can't afford a $2,000 Dark Armed Dragon deck. Just steal theirs. Goyo Guardian was kind of nuts. I knew nothing about and know nothing about what? Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Yeah. When did I fall off of Yu-Gi-Oh? I fell off of Yu-Gi-Oh when they introduced the Dragon Rulers because everyone was using the Dragoonity engine, like the Dragon Ravine engine, to pump stuff into the graveyard, and it affected my deck because I didn't use the Dragon Rulers in my Dragoonity deck. Sorry to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh on a hand-holding stream. But I was so mad. Like, the Dragon Rulers ruined my fucking deck. And that's when I dropped off. It was around the time that Pendulum Summoning was coming in as well, and I didn't like it. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. I fell off when the Clipboard Archetype because it was basically the I win and you can't say anything about it deck at the time. I fell off mid 5Ds. I stopped playing, but I did watch 5Ds. 5Ds was a good one. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. I don't know much about... I don't know clipboards. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed or get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still here. In the morning. You laughed. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. Is so sweet. He's so cute. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Oh my god, he's dead! You clamped a hand over your mouth and you looked at him with wide eyes, curled up from where he had landed rather ungracefully. Aww. You laughed even more. Cove gave you an unappreciative look, but you couldn't help it. That was too funny. Damn, imagine if you slept in that day. That would be a little awkward. I think I watched an episode or two of Yu-Gi-Oh! Bakugan was more my speed to watch, though. Honestly, you're so real for that. Give me a quick second while I remind myself which one was Bakugan. Bakugan was the one with the... Yeah, it was the one where the marbles turned into animals. I always get confused between Bakugan and Beatamon. But Beatamon is the one where you shoot the you shoot the marbles out of your gunpla in Beatamon. And Bakugan was the one where the marbles turn into animals. Taking a snooze on the hardwood floor. Listen, I would do the same thing. Yep. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep! I woke up from a nap one day and Bakugan was on, and this giant transformer-looking one made of 5 other small guys was murdering everyone and stealing their life force. Probably the realest kids anime moment I've ever seen. And that's so real of you. The anime, like the kids anime of toys was crazy shit. Like Beyblade as well. There was real like property damage that was happening. Like I'm pretty sure there was like someone was sent to the fucking hospital because of the tops just spinning so fast. Some people had blades in their tops. It was fucking crazy, and some of the tops were possessed by ghosts. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. They had other 3-dimensional shapes later, like cubes, pyramids, and cylinders. I remember one Bakugan toy was literally a giant mech suit you slapped the little Bakugan into. What? There's still Beyblade tournaments to this day and videos about the Beyblade meta and stuff. Yeah, I know. My nephews were really into Beyblade for a while. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. We're going to be in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before it's going to be alright. It's fine. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget about leaving. Thanks, again. You're a good friend, Maku. A really good friend. Code Lyoko was interesting. I never watched Code Lyoko. When Cove climbing down the window and his dad waiting for him, he just says, out making more memories, bud. That's crazy shit. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. He's so sweet. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. The theme song is burned into my brain of Code Lyoko? Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. You wished him luck. Good luck! Be super careful. I've not seen a single damn thing of Code Lyoko. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as you could to keep trying watch. Try keeping watch. My god. I barely watched the show, but I remember the theme song. I have not seen a single thing about Code Lyoko. I didn't even know what Code Lyoko was until it was being, like, used as a comparison to another show, and I don't even remember which show it was. I think it was the reboot the reboot. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the floor. But I heard Code Lyoko was like a really, really good show. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed with how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. A reboot was tough to look at, to be honest. Definitely the first 3D show. Yeah. That's so fair. I really liked Reboot, but then again, I was, you know, not to age my ass, not to expose my ass for being old, but like let me just check myself before I fucking wreck myself. When the fuck was this shit going on? Yes. I was watching it when like the new seasons and shit were airing and stuff. Oh fuck, Beast Wars? That was fucking crazy, dude. Optimus Prime was a fucking monkey. It was wild. I also don't remember much about Reboot. I know I watched it. Like, I watched it in its entirety, and I remembered, Enzo getting clapped, and then he comes back as he's basically fucking Trunks. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. I never got into Transformers other than the movies. That's fair. There was a show that I liked from Transformers. But Transformers was definitely more of a Makuoni-chan thing, like my brother. The movies were product placement in the movie. Product placement in the movie. Yeah, it's true. You put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed. You just left. It was too early to do anything else. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. Last Transformers series I saw was Armada, and it was surprisingly decent. Oh my god, Transformers Armada. That's a hot second. I didn't watch that one. Transformers. Or maybe I did. Maybe I did watch a bit of it. I don't remember. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Maku? You shrugged it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly, you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. I'm working my way through the Japanese G1 Transformers shows because the American and Japanese shows have completely different continuity. Real. You're so real for that. The one thing that I remember about G1 Transformers was that Megatron was a gun. It's like the one thing I took away from G1 Transformers. Megatron was a gun. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Like in Japan, they bring Optimus Prime back after he died in the movie just to kill him off in 2 episodes of the sequel series. I was more into anime at the time, specifically anime titles like Yuru Yuri, Hashimashi, Girl Meets Girl, Soul Eater, Fooly Cooly, and so on and so forth. A lot of anime. That's real. I also enjoyed anime. I was like, I think I was talking to Boss about it. Like my friend, Boss. So I was talking to Boss about it. I actually wasn't allowed to watch a lot of shows when I was younger. Like, it sounds bad to just say I wasn't allowed to watch a lot of Western shows, but it was like it was a very specific type of show. So I wasn't allowed to watch Simpsons, and I wasn't allowed to watch Rugrats, for example. There was another show that I wasn't quite allowed to watch. Let's say for example, it's Ren and Stimpy. I'm pretty sure I wasn't allowed to watch that, but I watched it anyway. I watched Rugrats and Ren and Stimpy and shit like fucking Billy and Mandy and stuff like that anyway, but I didn't watch it as often because I did not have the freedom to do that. It was all stuff that I would just randomly catch. So, but, for some reason, anime was okay. So I was allowed to watch anime. And that's how we're here with huge weeb Maku. Fooly Cooley changed my brain chemistry as a preteen, and you're real for that. Took a bit of everything, you passed on some parts. I took everything. Wait, why Rugrats? I understand Simpsons and Ren and Stimpy to a degree. I don't know. So Rugrats wasn't that bad, but like there were some parts of Rugrats that kind of had a similar sort of energy to, like, let's say for example Ren and Stimpy. There was like another show, the one that I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure is like a Canadian show, I could be insane, but like Mega Babies or Super Babies, whatever the fuck. So there was like Mega Babies, there's the Ripping Friends. Those were shows that I wasn't quite allowed to watch. Me aging my ass. So yeah, like it was basically like the type of show that would use like pee pee poo poo humor. Like that's the best way I can describe it. I was very into Yuri titles growing up. Now that I think about it, I wish there was more good BL anime. That's fair. Oh my god, somebody else remembers the Ripping Friends. I'm so sorry you also went through watching the Ripping Friends. You weren't allowed to watch gross out shows. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch pee pee poo poo humor shows. Yvonne of the Yukon was okay though, for some fuck ass reason. I don't know. I think it's because Yvonne of the Yukon came on during a really awkward time of the morning, like 2 a.m, when you would just randomly wake up and then like you would just have the TV on. Yvonne of the Yukon was quite a fucking show. The day lazily drifted by at home and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Hi, Maku. Oh my god, how much longer is this? Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to save here because it is getting very late. So I'm going to save here, and I'm going to... I wanted to at least end like the sort of prequel to Step 2. Hi. That's how I discovered Paranoia Agent and Hack, waking up at 2 a.m. on a Friday night with the TV on. Yeah. That's real. No, I had like the weird, I don't know. It was like Yvonne of the Yukon. What else played at like fucking 2 a.m? Ants in Your Pants, maybe? Let's see, who else is playing Our Life, Beginnings and Always? It's just me right now. It's just me right now. Okay, so let's see. Oh, Aether is playing until then, so I can send you over to Aether. Okay. Let me do this and make sure that everything is copied correctly. Okay. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I hope that you all have a good evening. And I'll see you on Thursday. It's gonna be my birthday stream. Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.